Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back, everyone, in the second day of our leadership webinar. So, yesterday we have discussed the concept of leadership in healthcare, the transitional technique or method for leadership, in addition to quality and communication skills. So, today we will continue our discussion, starting with team management skills. So to understand how to run a team, we need first to understand the individual person and each person in specific alone in order to understand how to manage a group of people. So a lack of understanding of ourselves and others can lead to real problems such as tension, disappointment, feeling hurt or unmet expectation, with also the resultants of poor communication. So understanding people will make us successful entrepreneur and dedicated employee, and even to be friendly colleagues. So why do we need to understand the individual personalities? First of all, because positive relationships comes from having an accurate, healthy, and constructive view of ourselves and also of others. So the model of human behavior focus on using positive approach to highlight the strength in any person and even in ourselves as the strength that can carry us in any situation. While the second is using a positive approach to address any blind spots that can develop. So the meaning of these blind spots are the things that should concern us because they are, in most cases, wouldn't be visible or be shown until we face a particular issue. So there are 4 behavioral tendencies to help characterize people. The first is outgoing, reserved, task-oriented, and people-oriented. So these are the main 4 behavioral tendencies to categorize people. So everyone has some of all of these 4 types and tendency at different times in different situations. In some cases, we can be outgoing, for example, with a particular group, while we can be reserved with other people. So in the outgoing behavior, these are going to be people who are inspiring, interesting, and interactive in most cases. While for the people-oriented, these are the supportive, steady, and stable type of behavior. And regarding the reserved behavior, these are the cautious, competent, and careful types or group of behavior. And finally, for the task-oriented, these are the dominant, driving, and work type of behavior. So in the dominant type of behavior, this will focus on getting things done and accomplishing tasks and getting the bottom line as quickly as possible and making it happen, meaning that they can accomplish any task within particularly a fast period of time. While in the inspiring, these are people who love to interact, socialize, and have fun. And this person is focused on what others may think of about them in general. While in the supportive type of behavior, this group of people enjoy relationships and helping or supporting other people in addition to working together as a team. And in the cautious group of behaviors, these are individuals who seek value, consistency, and quality information. And this person mostly focus on being correct and accurate rather than understanding different viewpoints. So for team building, first of all, team is defined as a group of people working toward a common goal. So no matter what the type or the group of behaviors that that person belongs to, a team will have to work together in order to achieve some task. So team building is defined as the process of enabling that group of people to reach their goal. So how can we build an effective team? First, by having clear expectations, starting with the goals that should be designed to be in following the SMART objective way, which stand for specific, measurable, attainable, reliable, and repeatable type of objectives. Also, we need to understand why the team is created in order to achieve what task, and also the consistency of the purpose with the resources and of people, time, and money. So we need to take all of these points into consideration when we are starting in the process of creating a team. The second is the context, which is understanding their role so that each individual within the team must understand why they are here and what is expected or required of them. Also, we need to define the team's importance to accomplishing a specific goal and understanding their vision and value regarding to the healthcare organization in general. While for the commitment, we need to ask the question, does the team members have or want to participate in order to achieve this goal? Also, the member, are they committed to accomplishing this mission or not? And are they excited and challenged by the team, or they are merely doing what is requested of them? And regarding communication, we need to have consistent communication with the team members, also having honest feedback with the newsletter or status report, meeting, emails, whatever the way that is required to communicate information. And for the competencies, we need to have appropriate people participating, meaning that the participants in the group have the required skills to achieve the required goal. Also, do they have enough knowledge, skills, and capabilities or not? In addition, if they can access the help that is needed to achieve a particular task. Also, we need to control or have enough freedom and empowerment for the team members. Also, understanding their boundaries and their limitations should be defined as well. And regarding collaboration, we need to understand the stage of the group development, in addition to working together effectively and interpersonally to ensure that information is transmitted through all members of the group. Also, the corporates to accomplish the goals. And for the creative innovations, we need to ask if the value of the creative thinking and the unique solutions and the new ideas are being conducted or not. In addition to rewarding people who take reasonable risk to make any improvement. And for the consideration, we need to determine their membership of the team, if they are permanent member or temporary. Also, we need to determine the time frames for starting and ending for the team members and assigning the role of the leader to the most capable personnel within the group. And when we are choosing the leadership and management of the team, First of all, leadership is an influence process beyond the scope of a formal authority, while management is merely getting done through other people. Also, leadership will have the ability to influence people behavior to achieve an extraordinary result, while management will only complete tasks efficiently. So the managers are people who do things right, while the leaders are defined as people who do the right thing in order for the betterment of the organization and for their team members. In addition to this, leadership focuses on people by doing the right thing, inspiring and influencing, in addition to motivating, building trust between the team member, and shaping the entities of the team members. While management will focus on things of doing the thing right and having plan, organized, and direct control of their employee and following the rules as a mere lister. So, what is important as a leader? So, it is not what happens when we are there, but rather what happens when the leader isn't there, meaning that the team members should always be motivated to carry on their task, even if the uh, leader isn't present with them at all times. So, the first most important word in a team is we, while the second most important word is thank you, meaning that the leader or other members should thank each other when they done a favor or completed a task for one another. While the third most important word is if you please, and the fourth is what is your opinion on this matter, and the fifth is that I am proud of what you have done, and the sixth is that I admit I made a mistake, but I will work to improve it. So, and the least important word in any team is the word I. As in team, there is no I, but rather we. So, the organizational skills will enable people to plan and to carry on activities in an effective manner and to put order to a situation, objects, or even for the team members of their or the people in their team group. So the team manager will view the understanding of the internal functioning of an organization and also the team by knowing how it achieve a specific task. Also, it will be a skilled personnel in the organizational process and have the ability to work with and develop teams in addition to creating appropriate environment to achieve their objectives. So there are four critical components that are rewarding for achievements, providing feedback, recognizing the strength, and also providing challenge in order to improve the general outcome of the team effective skills or effective input. While for the team member view, they should have general organizing skills by determining the supplies that they need, how to arrange their files, and whom to contact for a specific information. In addition to planning and scheduling, such as planning the task ahead of time to bring the project to fruition and also allocating the time period for a specific task or a workload. In addition to prioritizing by determining the order for which to complete each of our tasks that we have comprehended, and coordinating the resources by coordinating both the internal and the external resources. And for the magical tip in the team management is that the team members and the leader should check their email at least twice a day and let people that they know what is being done, and to expect a response from the leaders outside of those time for a specific reply. Also, we need to apply the 3Ds in handling every piece of correspondence, which is dealing with it, delegating it, or destroying it if there is no possible solution at all. So scheduling meeting with other staff once a day to avoid consistent interruption is recommended in order for the team members to feel that what they are saying or what they have done is heard and being recognized in general. Also, keeping a day timer with hourly time slots to indicate what the task is throughout the day is recommended in order to ensure that we are properly following the correct steps and managing every issue as soon as it arises. In addition to this, at the end of the day, we need to check the calendar to see if our first task for the next day will be, in addition to doing any necessary advanced preparation for that specific task. So the organizational skills activities will focus on the blind modeling and the scavenger hunts in order to ensure the best outcome in general. While for the change and the restructuring processes, these are often providing opportunities to improve work organizations and also the content of job and for change in roles and responsibility, which may also enhance the skills and career development while leading to a better and more efficient use of staff resources as well as other type of resources. So the change and the restructuring can also have impact on the stability of the staff management, the relations, and also creating concerns among the staff that are affected by the change or the restructuring. So for the guidelines, it can start out with some stress or communication issues, therefore it should be managed immediately. And to plan for any change, we need to first adjust the purpose of that plan and the budget to make that change, the timing and the cost, in addition to the structure and the jobs that are required to ensure that this plan or these change steps are implemented correctly. So the essential of human resources management with the function within an organization is to focus on the recruitment, the management, and also on providing direction for the people who work in that organization. So staff is the most important resource in the organization, and it is a key ingredient to success, in addition to creating organizational accomplishment and initiative. So the HR management process focus on attraction, selection, training, in addition to assessment and rewarding at last. So the organizational culture is defined as an observable, powerful force in any organization. Also, it is made up of its members' shared values, beliefs, samples, and also their behavior. So the values and the behaviors that contribute to the unique social and psychological environment of an organization include the organization expectation, their experience, their philosophy, and values that hold it together. In addition to its expressed in its self-image, their inner working interaction with the outside world, and also their future expectation. So it is based on a shared attitude, belief, customs, and a written or even unwritten rules that have been developed over time and are considered to be valid. So the different types of culture will focus upon having flexible or focused and even internal or external type of culture. So the collaborative type will be an open, friendly, and sharing type of culture, while the create is a dynamic, interpreter, and creative work environment in order to ensure the best outcome. While in the compete, this is a result-driven culture that is competitive and only goal-oriented. And in the last category, the control type of culture, this is a structure type and formal type of organization. So one of the most important methods that we can use to enhance our leadership in healthcare is using information technology. So today, the technology is changing the landscape of the world and also leading us toward a sophisticated technical one. So information and communication technology can refer to the various electronic tools and the services which will facilitate communication and the sharing of information and knowledge. So ICT is similar to the information technology, but will focus more specifically on the communication technologies, and this can include the internet, the wireless network, cell phones, and any other type of communication medium. So the unraveling of the new technologies has expanded the world of the ICT in such a way that our own world seems much smaller and much more connected than ever before. So today, ICT not only means the calls that we make to relatives on the other side of the world or the quick email that we send through our mobile phone, but it is rather now something that is much more deeply woven in the fabric of our lives. So the emerging role of ICT has created a huge impact in healthcare in specific, as it can enhance the quality of care, increases the patient's security and data protection, in addition to reducing the operating and administrative costs. So the accessibility to information has become simple using the ICT, and also people can find themselves more relaxed while availing their healthcare services in a much more simpler way than it used to be. But of course, there are some challenges in the healthcare sectors, as there are various challenges that are faced by the healthcare sectors, such as having strong medical record of the patient, maintaining the hospital information system, and maintenance of the medical equipment, in addition to the medication error and the large communication gap between the rural and the urban populations. In addition to absence of some accurate information in villages and transportation difficulties, which will also have a much more or a larger problem that the patient can face. So RCT will revamp the healthcare sector, and this advancement of it or of the whole process of the healthcare sector has been more advanced in the recent years. So through RCT, the urban-rural disparities have been broken and shortened into a much lesser area than it used to be. So if a doctor has the right communication channel, it is very easy to deliver the treatment and also care for the patient who is located anywhere around the world. So ICT will enable systems that will help doctors to continuously monitor the patient history, their diagnostic report, and also tracking the current health conditions. So the doctor can also interact with the patient, recommend to take some medical examination, and even prescribe them some type of medication. So there are some key indicators for ICT in healthcare, as the healthcare spending can be quite high, and this low spending is a reflection, for example, of some neglection of some areas in the world for its healthcare sector by not spreading sufficiently in the development infrastructure. So the government expenditure on the health as a percentage of the total expenditure can be, for example, in the US of approximately 33%, and in China, for example, it will be up to 60% respectively. And these are some also key indicators for the hospital administration or admissions and regarding the ICT. So for the hospital networking, even though that the government is making endeavors to establish a better healthcare facilities, some of the medical records or respective infrastructure is still overburdened. And these are also some statistics from around the world of the rural and urban areas and their access to ICT. So the role of ICT in healthcare will be to tackle these challenges, the processes of health planning that need to evolve by the use of ICT in healthcare and also in the delivery and distribution of public health decision making at every level of the healthcare facilities. So this will ensure the delivery of the right health services to the right people at also the right place and as well as the right time. So ICT has the capacity to influence all aspects of health sector. And for instance, in the public health sector, management of information and communication processes are very crucial and are assisted or even limited by the availability of information. So ICT can help the patient to become more involved in their own care, and this can become more significant in the management of chronic conditions such as asthma, diabetes, and heart disease. So the concept of the telemedicine has become increasingly useful in healthcare sectors, in particular to reach out to rural and remote regions through ICT, where the direct healthcare delivery is being regarded as hard to access or difficult to obtain. So ICT will usher in an augmented administrative efficiency in a nation where the public health infrastructure is absolute mess. So ICT in healthcare can assist to remote consultation, diagnosis, and even treatment through telemedicine. So, for the healthcare information and communication technology, it is regarded as a broader term which will describe the technology and the infrastructure that is used to record, analyze, and even share patient health data. So, the purpose of health IT is to provide a better care for the patient as well as to achieve a high quality of the services that are provided to the patient. So the health information technology means the use of a computer in the form of a physician digital assistant or in the form of an electronic health record, computerized physician entry system, and even patient hospital laboratory X-ray facilities and all other stakeholders within the healthcare facility or organization. So, health IT will improve the quality of healthcare delivery, increases the patient safety, decreasing the medical error, and also strengthening of the interaction between the patient and the healthcare provider. And the major challenge that are hindering the information and communication technology is the implementation that include underfunding of the public health services, restricted knowledge about application of IT, sanity in the trained manpower resources, and having huge initial investment and lack of stringent regulation to ensure that the best outcome is being achieved. So the healthcare communication can involve any step from in-person administration to even in the telecom type of communication with the patient. So these can include, as we have mentioned, the electronic health record, the order entry system, and the clinical decision support system, in addition to any other electronic type of system that we can find in any healthcare facility. So some of the examples is the abusing of the overburdened Indian healthcare system. So they have a patient monitoring and tracking system by facilitating the ICT in healthcare systems and the patient health record that will be digitalized until now, and it will be accessible anytime, anywhere. It will also help in reducing the healthcare burden to the government and increase the accessibility and affordability of the healthcare provision. Also, it will help in the management of the security doctors and beds that are limited in these areas and spreading awareness to the community on some important topics that they face. So some of the areas that are covered by the health information technology is the telemedicine, the electronic medical record, and the ordering record, in addition to some digital health knowledge resources such as the digital medical library, the hospital information management system, the medical or electronic record, the e-learning technologies and application in health science, in addition to the biomedical information and biomedical research application. Also, the artificial intelligence in the clinical medicine and health management, the public health informatics, the medical internet, and also the virtual reality and stimulation for health. So the artificial intelligence in healthcare is the applications that are present in AI healthcare. So these can be incorporated in the diagnosis, such as the clinical and the multi-omic data, also the EHR data and the expert knowledge, which are based upon the AI diagnosis and evaluation of only the common disease. Also images data and deep learning techniques, in addition to therapeutics, such as EHR data and the clinical guidelines. Also, the human AI interaction in the robotic surgery, the pharmacogenetic for guiding the drug therapy, and having data-driven precision medicine. Also, it can be found in the administration and in the regulation, including the big data in hospital management, the insurance, the epidemiology, the drug interaction, and also some complications. And for the population health management, these can be patient-centered information system for having healthy lifestyle, promoting early disease, and detecting public education in some health issues or health topics. So in the health information management system, these are the hospital and the healthcare information system among the vastest area for IT application. And the field of health information management system optimizes the practices of management of health record by the hospital, any health department, and physician clinics or even in the health insurance companies. Also, the storage of the patient medical record in an electronic format and their timely availability can transmute the quality of the health delivery. And some of the examples for many robust and standard HIMS solutions have been developed by the major IT companies, such as the Center of Development of Advanced Computing and other companies that have made an input. So the automation of the healthcare system will include the implementation of automated procedures ranging from patient registration, billing, laboratory data, and even all the process in the patient care. And since this HIMS record of all the patients relate to the data from their first visit, then the system will help in maintaining their medical record management, including the assignment of a medical record number, a chart location, and monitoring laboratory and pharmacy data, and any other procedure or diagnosis coding and transcription processing. Also, it can be helpful in the space saving and information retrieval, since that paperless EHR are stored in the cloud and the digital format, then there is a lot of space that is saved, or rather compared to the physical papers or files that the patient information would be retained in. Also, it will lead to a better patient care management due to the maintenance of these electronic health records. Then the patient data or test record are accessible at any point of time and at any place. Also, even if the hard copies of a test are lost, then there are the very reports that could be simply tracked by having a unique identifier or on their electronic or digital medical record. So all these prospects can pave way for the betterment of healthcare delivery to the patient. And for the patient tracking, because of the data centralization, then the patient movement will be tracked. And for instance, if a patient is visiting a different hospital, then the recorded data will help in understanding and providing the best possible treatment to the patient on the basis of what the treatment and also the consultation they have been receiving in a different hospital. Also, electronic health record will be helpful in the insurance claim process facilitation. So it will enable the patient to account with their service pricing, their billing, and insurance claim. And it will also lead to a smoother process as the data is recorded in an electronic format and relatively easier to obtain. So the components of the health electronic medical record will focus upon the e-prescription, which is a computer-generated prescription that is sent directly to the concerned pharmacy. And since it is not manually written, then the chance of an error are submitted in this case. Also, in the pharmacy information system, the system detects the occurrence of a drug interaction, the drug allergy, and any other possible complications such as wrong prescription or wrong dose. While in the clinical decision support system, this will facilitate the decision-making by providing a reference for the medical cases. Also, it will have an automated alert and reminder for the health practitioner. In addition, in the laboratory information system, it will allow the users to obtain, store, manage, retrieve, and even record the laboratory data. in addition to facilitating of these electronic health record management. Another component is in the picture archiving and communication system. It will allow a digital communication, storage, processing, and even viewing of pictures and images that are associated with information. While in the case of the electronic medical record, it will systematically collect and manage the health information in an electronic format. And it can also bring the patient total health information together to support the better healthcare and the decision with more coordinated care for the patient. So in the case of the telemedicine, it will provide a new horizon in public health, as according to the WHO, it is defined as the delivery of healthcare services where distance is a critical factor, and by all healthcare professions using information and communication technologies for the exchange of the valid information for the diagnosis, treatment, and the prevention of disease and injury, with the addition of research and evaluation for the continuing education of healthcare providers. So, all in the interest of advancing the health of individuals and their communities, these will be useful as an indirect index in the management of patients. So, telemedicine is the remote delivery of healthcare services such as health assessment or even consultation over the telecommunication infrastructure. So, it will allow the healthcare providers to evaluate, diagnose, and even treat patients using common technologies such as video conferencing and smartphones, without the need for any other personal visit. So it will help in eliminating the distance barrier and can improve access to medical services that would often not be consistently available in a distant rural community. So telemedicine will include a wide variety of application services that are deploying two-way video emails and even smartphone wireless tools and other formats to convey information. So it can be used for treating patients in remote areas, also in expediting the medical education and training of doctors and paramedical staff who are present in a remote location across the country. So, telemedicine can be involved in public awareness, in sending opinion and complex interpretation, in addition to examples of home care and ambulance monitoring, procedures and surgery robotics, disaster management, or even in continuing education and disease surveillance program tracking with remote consultation of critical care monitoring. So some types of the telemedicine will include remote patient monitoring, also known as telemonitoring. So in this case, it will allow the patient with chronic disease to be monitored in their own homes with mobile medical devices that will collect the data about, for example, their blood sugar levels, their blood pressure, or other vital signs. So remote caregiver can also review the data instantly in order to check upon the patient's health. Also, it will store and forward some information knowing as the telemedicine minus. So it will let the providers share the patient information, such as their lab results, with a physician at another location. While in the interactive telemedicine, it will allow the physicians and patient to communicate in real time, and such sessions can be conducted in the patient home or even in a nearby medical facility. That includes a telephone conversation or the use of video conferencing software that complies with the authority regulations. So, in order to facilitate the healthcare accessibility and affordability, the implementation of telemedicine was introduced as a healthcare prospect in the remote location that are meliorated to the patient's needs. So, for instance, there are several multi-specialty hospitals located in the heart of a metropolitan city that provide telemedicine, teleconsultation, and teleophthalmology or pathology or etc. for any other department in the hospital. So these can be delivered to rural areas such as villages where the necessary healthcare facilities are lacking. So these services will save time and even cost on traveling as a remote consultation provided. While for the negotiation of the need to travel to a far-off cities for treatment, since the telemedicine in itself is delivering healthcare in rural area, then the patient doesn't need to travel to a far city or to get a better treatment. So patients are able to save upon the traveling cost and even upon their time to have a faster diagnosis or clinical consultation whenever they need it. In addition to this, it can be used in treatment at bars with the offered Metropolitan, as it is usually provided in collaboration with multi-specialties hospital or medical colleges, which already excel in offering the best treatment and boost of hiring the best medical professionals. So when the paramedics of such medical institutions provide the telemedicine, it is certainly at the paramedics with the metropolitan standards. And for the overcoming of the scarcity of the paramedic and hospital bed, as it is known now, then it can penetrate for the doctor of hospitals to have the best result. So, as we can conclude, the advantages of telemedicine for the patient is to improve their compliance, to change their life, to help them in their acceptance of disease, in addition to having higher quality of life and higher quality of care. While for the physician, it will have a security improvement for the quality control, a therapy guidance and control, and having direct guidance and training with the patient. Also, for the cost bearer, which is the hospital administration, it will help in the disease management, reducing the period of hospitalization, and having transparency of the cost and the service, which is related to quality assurance. So for the mobile health data, These are basically the delivery of healthcare services or information via mobile phones. So the availability of the service across various sustainable area will depend upon the level of advancement in that area. So the mobile health technology's benefit is in bridging the gap between the health crisis between the existing and the required healthcare services. So facilities such as remote monitoring of the patient, online appointment scheduling, and online prescription renewal, or even consultation are bridged in the gap between the consumer and also their expectation of the service available. Also, it can be viewed as a time-saving technique or method, as visiting the doctor in a clinic and waiting in queue is always considered to be a very unpleasant experience. So the medical health record or service, such as the telephone-based appointment with the scheduling and prescription, will refill the save of the plenty of time. So another important consideration is that it can have basic tests at home, as there are several apps and devices that are compatible with smartphones which are available and can also help in performing basic tests like glucose monitoring, blood pressure or heart rate, and having urine analysis and so on in home at its own self. So the test reading could also be forwarded to the physician online to have their own input or feedback upon that condition. And for the online consultation, the availability of these consultation or any other video type of medical record will have quality of care just as it is to be a simple way. And all such apps and facilities will offer medical care on the go. Also, it will help in the better facilitation of rural areas, since there is a lack of basic healthcare facilities in rural areas around the world, and also the people traveling miles for just a medical consultation. So video calling and online consultation will come into play and thereby reducing or preventing their waste of time and cost in general. So a mobile health record will improve the healthcare access for the vast majority of rural markets and enhance the patient care for the urban consumers. So some of the latest technologies in the healthcare sector include the nanotechnology, the big data analysis, the cloud, the genome sequencing, the artificial intelligence, and having wearable and sensor technologies, in addition to virtual reality and 3D printing. So the nanotechnology will incorporate the manipulation of a matter at the atomic and molecular level in order to create materials with remarkably varied and novel properties. So today, the immense knowledge will pull on how the body functions at a cellular level that is paving way for several new and better medical techniques. So the quantum dots-based diagnosis, which is the Swift diagnosis, is regarded as a nanotechnology that facilitates the way faster and more precise in the diagnosis, as many as tests can be built upon a single palm-sized device that require trivial sample quantity. So such devices are even termed as the lab on a chip due to their ease of use and their credibility in general. So the targeted drug delivery for treating a disease or even multiple drugs that are prescribed at a time in order to target the disease site and many patients that complains about the modesty to serve side effects of those drugs. So by developing or deploying the specifically designed drug carrying nanoparticles, having accurate targeting of the drug, it can now be achieved. So this will elicit the fact that much smaller quantities of the drug will be required for treating a disease, therefore reducing the toxicity to the body. So the progress of the cure can also be monitoring using an advanced imaging technique. So the nanotechnology can be embedded within the mobile device for a faster and at-home diagnosis, which is in turn will be helpful in sweeping the healthcare world with an unprecedented revolution. So for the 3D printing, it will revolve around the use of a digital 3D designs of the data that are utilized for building up a component layer by layer. So 3D printing was first developed in the 1980s, and it involves taking a digital model or a blueprint of the subject that is then printed into a successive layer of an appropriate material to create a new version of the subject. So there are four core uses of 3D printing in the medical field that are associated with the recent innovations, including the creating of the tissue and organoid, also the surgical tools and the patient-specific surgical models, and a custom-made prosthetic medication. So the benefits of the cloud, which is another advancement in health technology, is that it can support big data sets for the EHR, the radiology images, and the genomic data in an offline method. So improving the analysis and the information tracking can be another advantage, as well as enabling on-demand access to computing and large storage facilities. And the facilities with the sharing of the EHR between the hospitals across the geographies can also benefit of these clouds. So what is the significance of the big data in the healthcare? First, it will predict the epidemics and avoid any preventable death, in addition to reducing the healthcare waste and reducing the healthcare cost in general. It can also be helpful in improving the quality and the efficacy of the healthcare, as well as the data growth that will generate opportunities to effectively develop new drugs or medications. Also, another advancement is the wearable sensors for remote health monitoring, as the remote health monitoring is based on a non-invasive and wearable sensor architecture and also the modern communication and information technologies. So it will be helpful in monitoring the important physiological signs of the patient in real times and assessing their health condition. As we have mentioned in the previous example, this will include assessing the blood glucose level. So it will also allow people to continue to stay at home rather than in an expensive healthcare facilities such as hospital or in a nursing home. In addition, it will provide an efficient and cost-effective alternative to the on-site clinical monitoring or the traditional type of monitoring. So in conclusion, using ICT in health sectors have focused on the three broader categories, including improving the functioning of the healthcare system which include the management of the patient care and report, as well as the administrative and the ordering of the system. So, improving the delivery of the healthcare through the better diagnosis or even the training among workers and supporting them in a primary healthcare matter will motivate them in order to have the best outcome. Also, improving communication in health services, including improving the communication between workers and the feedback on the impact of a health service and intervention. So, the gap between the health professional and the communication by them can also be addressed by implementing ICT. So, a smart, careful, and contextual integration of ICT in the delivery of healthcare service should be prioritized by strategies to aid in the complex health needs of a country. So, the use of ICT in healthcare can be categorized into four main streams. The first one is the health education. The second is in the hospital management system, and the fourth is in the health data management. So, for the health and education, in this digital era, people can easily seek, access, learn, and even communicate with others within a quick span of time. So, this will make education accessible, available, and even open to all. And the health education will create awareness among the public in regard to the communicable disease, health status, prevention measure, and various current diagnostic and therapeutic procedures. So this will give a freedom to the people to choose the best hospitals and even to choose the best doctor to approach for the treatment and have their life in a healthy way. So, in the hospital management system, ICT will help in leading the organization in a successful way, in addition to helping in the management to overcome the challenges that are faced by the hospital, and it can help to improve the patient safety and satisfaction, in addition to being updated to the latest technology and having a knowledge of population health and statistics, and also keeping a note on the government mandated on tracks. So primarily, the workplace can be strengthened by the use of integrated ICT in the hospital. While for the healthcare research, ICT can help in finding the possible prevention measures to eradicate and even to reduce the spread of disease. So we can find the new technology in the diagnosis, which is helpful in reducing the time and cost of care, as well as saving the life of many individuals by providing treatment in advance. So, through ICT, the traditional healthcare system can be eliminated and a new model can be formed for effective quality care. So, the health data management will focus on the fundamental use of ICT in the hospital for the electronic storage of the medical data. An example of this is the electronic medical record. So this will help in retrieving the information easily. Through ICT, the data can be transferred to the patient or even to the doctors for consultation, and the patient can then have medical records in hand, which can be used anywhere at any given time or point in life. So, what is management and information technology in healthcare? It is the planning, the organizing, the staffing, the directing, coordinating, reporting, and even budgeting in the healthcare facility. So, what is healthcare management? These terms refer to the overall management and leadership of both public and private healthcare organizations. And essentially, the healthcare management is in place to ensure the operation in the entire healthcare sector are maintained in a fluent way. So the health information exchange can occur at clinics, hospitals, registries, home care and primary care, or even labs facilities. And the role of the IT in healthcare is that information technology is about communication between devices, between team members, and between patients and their medical provider, and even between separate medical facilities. So these communication channels are enabled by a carefully selected and installed hardware solutions and even maintained with prompt and effective repair services. So these components should be scalable and flexible so that our network can grow along with the healthcare facility. So the role of information technology in the communication is also to put in the front line of our facility security team. So healthcare IT standards, the patient privacy rights, and the patient well-being all require a trustworthy, secure network that is transparent and easy for our staff to use, but it can be secure against any other unauthorized user. So a healthcare IT service provider can help our facility in initiating the best practices for the network security. And today, patients can expect that their data to be secure, and we can help in establishing the reputation as a trustworthy and steward of the patient data. So the health information exchange, this is a system that is architecture for the exchange between hospitals and clinic. And the MPI is the Master Patient Index, while the EHR is the electronic health record. While the VPN referred to the virtual private network, and the DLP is the data loss prevention, and DMZ is the demilitating zone with the secure socket layer for the patient information. So some of the software and applications will include the electronic medical record, the electronic health record, and the computerized physician order entry, and the hospital information system, in addition to the radiology information system and any other system that uses technology within the hospital. While another system is the BACS system, referring to the picturating, archiving, and communication system. So this system is composed of four major components, including an imaging system such as MRI, CT, or X-rays, among other contravariants. So it can be helpful in safeguarding the network for the patient information to be exchanged and distributed between healthcare facilities. Also, the workstations or the mobile device for viewing, analyzing, and even transferring the image from a medical proceeding. Also, it will be helpful in the storage and retrieval of images and cognate documentation within archives such as the procedural reports. Another term is DICOM, which refers to the digital imaging and communication in medicine. So this term is a standard for handling, storing, printing, and transmitting medical images, waveforms, and accompanying any other type of information. So in the BAS system, this can include, as we mentioned, CT, X-ray, or MRI, and it will all go to the BAS server in the hospital to be assessed by the radiology department or by the physician. Another common term is the LIS software. This is a laboratory information system in a healthcare software solution that processes, stores, and even manages the patient data that are related to laboratory processes and to testing. So the providers and the laboratory professionals uses the laboratory information system to coordinate the workflow and the quality of control of inpatient and outpatient medical testing. This will include the hematology, chemistry, immunology, and all other type of laboratory areas. So the laboratory information system will track, store, and update clinical details about the patient during the provider visit, and it will then store the information in the database for the future reference. So the LIS process starts with the physician and then the electronic health record, followed by the laboratory information system and the collection or testing and analysis. While for the barcode system, this is a system that uses barcode on the unit dosing, medication, packages, and patient bracelet to ensure that the right patient, the right drug, and the right dose at the right time and the right route are being administered. So using radio frequency identification, this will tags on the medication packages to ensure that the patient is consuming their medication. Another system is the e-prescription, which will provide a longitudinal prescription, the record, and it will check the formulary compliance and reimbursement. Also, it will provide alerts about the drug interaction, and it will generate reminders to order home medication for the discharged patient. It will also be helpful in eliminating the phone authorization for any other refill. So the use of information technology can be integrated in all parts of the hospital care, such as in the quality of the care. So technology will play a vital role in the today medical facility, but the staff will need to focus on the patient. So a well-designed and reliable technology will free up the time and the attention of the staff, enabling them to focus on the patient care. And furthermore, a robust network will allow our facility to implement a powerful new technology like the latest monitoring devices. Also, it will affect the accuracy as errors are inventable when a hardware and software aren't designed with the need of an end user in mind. So the technology can help in ensuring that the team members are more successful as they input and verify their codes, leading to a fewer medical errors. It will also help in reducing the error, meaning that to reduce the cost and to have a better patient outcome. Also, the security and the privacy can be affected as network security is considered as a crucial part for any healthcare provider. So it is not merely a matter of meeting a regulatory requirement, but also of protecting the investment into an equipment and ensuring that the privacy of the patient healthcare record is established. So the data security is a vital component of our credibility and reputation. In addition, it will help in reducing the cost as information technology can help the facility to operate more efficiently in many ways, from automating the repetitive task and managing a large staff to quickly putting the right information in the front of the people who need it. Also, it will have a seamless collaboration where the network is working as it should and the staff is always having access to the information they need to provide the best possible care to the patient. Also, teams can only operate as teams when they can effectively communicate, and the information technology will make that possible. Also, in the case of a disaster recovery, the patient medical record and billing information is too important to be lost due to a power outage or of the failing hard drive. So, worldwide services can implement technologies that will ensure a speedy recovery of the systems and the data in an event of a disaster or emergency. So, some of the errors that can occur include the prescription error, such as drug to drug interaction, incompetent prescription, or an incorrect dose. While for the nursing errors, these can include a wrong time of administration or a wrong dose, or even wrong fluid administration. And regarding the pharmacist errors, these can include wrong medication or excessive dose, or medication with a labeling issue or dosing error. So certification will demonstrate baseline security skills for the IT support professionals, and it will configure device operating systems, including different systems such as Windows and Mac, based on as well as cloud-based software. Also, in the troubleshoots and the problem, they will solve the core services and support challenges while applying the best practice for documentation. Also, it will help in the support basic IT infrastructure and networking, in addition to configuring and supporting PC, mobile IT device hardware. Also, it will help in implementing the basic data backup and the recovery method, as well as applying the data storage and management of the best practice. So these are the most popular certification in data science, including the deep learning certification, the IBM data science, and the data science introductory program. While for the business analyst, this position would require continuous monitoring to computer equipment and also software for failures, malfunction, misuse, and people who hold this type of job are mostly involved in the recommending of what needs to be done with its time upgrade or even finding additional computers. While for the database managers, these compile and maintain the record of the patient for a hospital, nursing home, or clinic, And in this type, the person will most likely be doing report writing, data entry, and researching to verify information that is correct rather than dealing with the hardware portion of computers. Also, for the networking specialists, these are people who work in the computer networking aspect of information technology and are responsible for creating map of computers for a hospital, clinic, or any other healthcare industry. While for the software programmers, for the health industries, they are highly specialized position and many clinics provide and hospitals have a unique program installed on their computers to keep record and interpret the data withholding the database. So being a software programmer doesn't just mean that we are working on the basic computer stuff, but we could also get a job programming software for the hospitals and X-ray equipment, for example, and any other robotic in the fields. We will be taking a break now for Salat al-Maghrib and then continue our discussion. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back, everyone. We will continue our discussion with the top 8 skills that every healthcare process improvement leader must have. So, a successful healthcare processes of the improvement in leaders will need to operationalize the information. So that is that we must be able to take the data and drive the knowledge from it through analytical processes into the final implementation step. So to make a difference in the processes and improvement, we must have a beyond idea towards something that is much more practical in terms of what we can actually achieve or conduct. So to illustrate the importance of processes improvement, we'll consider how a mere 0.1% inaccuracy in any healthcare facility will translate up to 107 incorrect medical procedures every day. And this will translate into 20,000 incorrect prescriptions every year. So the first skill that is required for a real outcome improvement is the communication skills. So communication is the number one skill that is required of anyone who works in process improvement, and we must learn to articulate ideas and concepts verbally, in writing, and also by listening to others. So communication is typically defined to include articulation, verbalization, coaching, and cheerleading, which will lead to trust building between the participant or the team members. While the second skill is trust building between the team members, this process of improvement in the leaders, where they ask the team to change, and whether big or small, the things they do in different forms of what they have always done should be achieved. So this will build and share the vision for where the team is going. It will also articulate and communicate it, and will eventually build to where the team trusts the outcome will be to the betterment where they are now, meaning working toward the end goal of the team that they are building. So they need to trust the leader, and thinking of you as a part of the team, you will also be knowing to have their backs in whatever it takes to achieve a particular task. And the third top skills that is required for real outcome improvement in leadership is coaching. So the successful process improvement leader is considered to be a good coach. So you can come from a change management perspective so that we understand how to help the people grow. And this will typically mean filling a knowledge or training gap to move from the current state to the future state in terms of the team management. So like a coach of a sport team, we will need to be supportive, but also to be able to critique if something needs to be improved or to be done in a different way. So this is a critical success factor for every participant. While the fourth skill is understanding the processes management by asking the question of how does something work and does it actually work? So the successful process improvement leader will take a scientific approach to resolving a problem or a situation, or even making something better. So this is as far as an outcome goes. Therefore, it will mean understanding the right data, and also having the right hands at the right time and place to improve that outcome. So this is required for every scientific measure or approach in general to have the best consideration or outcomes. So with these data, we can actually make an informed decision. While the fifth skill is understanding the care management personnel. So a successful leader will understand the frontline work processes and will has an ability to work with and through others. Also, he must have or she must have an understanding of the people who are involved and what is the issues that are developing, and then they will guide the processes or the progresses in general where it is needed. So a savvy change leader will engage the right clinical or the non-clinical personnel, and getting the right people involved is the key step in improving the overall process and its outcome. While the sixth skill is a constructive accountability and constructive conflict. So creating an environment that is constructive with accountability and conflict will bring about a positive outcome. And by communicating a constructive approach with an environment of accountability and conflict, and even energy, will eventually shatter to the mold of that is the way we have always done it. So only then we can design a new mold and create new processes for improvement in healthcare facilities. And the seventh top skill is having resilience and persistence. So change management is considered to be very complex, and everything won't always go perfectly, and there will always be resistance along the way. So the ability to address the resistance and continue with the renewed energy hour after hour and day after day will have a successful process improvement leader. So no change can be seen immediately, but rather it will have smaller steps until we achieve the final goal. So the leader will have to be persistent and will keep pushing forward to make the change happen until they finally achieve what is required of them or their end goal. While the eighth top skill is seeing the big picture. So it is very easy for individuals and also teams to get lost in the process, but also in being questioning why we are doing this. And as a leader, it is important to see the big picture and also to connect the interact details of the ultimate goal and to help the team and keep moving. So we must manage the step-by-step details while also making sure that completion of those tasks are matching the meeting and the ultimate goals. So for the education and training that is required, a good process improvement professionals are always thinking like a process improvement professional and always looking for a better way to do something. So process improvement methodologies are very teachable to anyone who is willing to listen and learn. And there is a formal training available, which is the Lean Six Sigma, the scientific method, and the engineering and analytical skills that can help in acquiring these skills in education and training for professionals in the process improvement requirement. Another important consideration is the science and art of the process improvement. So, in the process improvement, leadership is a very teachable science, but those who are very successful will fill in between all of the mechanical steps with an art component. So, that is where the super success is present, and the science pieces are very specific and detailed, but the art part is how it is applied in general. So there was a time when the total quality management, the continuous quality improvement, and the continuous quality management training was considered sufficient. But now these approaches, which is very similar but with few different tools, has the fundamental processes, analysis methodology, that one that will need to understand and help dissect the situation and develop a solution. Regarding the healthcare system process improvement leader, and to give these processes improvement leaders a credibility for what they are trying to accomplish is required. So these leaders should be embedded within the operations in the reporting of the CEO and the CFO. And in some organization, this function resides within the quality department, which is responsible for regulatory compliance and the reporting of the medical staff committee support and any other duties. So the process improvement function should have its own identity. And in sometimes the departmental construct will limit the position from being able to work with the medical staff or someone else within the same organization. So the position will need to be high enough in the organization to garner any float, but also at the same time, the position cannot be viewed as the right hand of administration, therefore having administration requirement. So the process of improvement leaders will need the autonomy to challenge the overall process. And the process of improvement leader will need the knowledge of and access to the resources that are required for improvement. And sometimes this is like being between a rock and a hard place, but that can also provide a nice footholder for pushing up the bigger and the better things. So ultimately, it will depend on the specific situation to determine whether this position should sit at the hospital or at the corporate office level. And for the executive sponsorship, much of this business is about being in the right place at the right time and also having an executive sponsor who will really believe and understand the intent of that leader. So sometimes the best person or a group of people are in place, but without the right support, the result may never show. So on the flip side, an average person will given the right tools, support, and latitude may be very successful. Also, the right leaders, there are countless of examples within our industry of dysfunctional processes or clinical outcome. And this is why that healthcare need to be more perfect than it currently is. And there are so many opportunities to make something one step better, and the processes can always be improved, and the improvement will always continue. So, process improvement leaders are undeniably considered to be critical to meeting these opportunities. In addition to this, having the right leader in the technology that is everywhere, backboning the improvement in hospital operation, the patient experience, and healthcare in general is present. So a lot of the health systems have now an enterprise data warehouse and an accompanying analytic tools that inform the operations and clinical processes of improvement and discussion with sustained development in these improvement over time. So these tools just need the right processes in the improvement leader at the helm. So there are another top 5 insight into the healthcare operational outcome improvement that we can utilize. So the complexity of healthcare delivery from varying levels of care with multiple processes and departments and different teams and team members with more and more of its state of flux under consistent reform will demand an effective organizational operation. So the job of leading isn't just on one person, but rather lies upon the whole organization. So the operational effectiveness will ensures that the health system run efficiently while delivering high quality appropriate care. And healthcare operations will cover the administrative, financial, legal, and clinical activities that keep health systems caring for the patient. So with operations, they are so critical to the care delivery and forward thinking with organizations that are continuously striving to improve their own operational outcome. So prominent thought leadership on the healthcare operational improvement has addressed the common industry challenge, including the waste reduction, the obstacles in process change, the limited hospital capacity, and the complex project management. So some of the solutions and lessons that are learned from these insights center on the holistic approach, which addresses the improvement on the organization worldwide level, the strategies that aligns and improve the patient care, in addition to the experience with the cost saving and the importance of the analytical driven and measured changes. So the five top operational improvement insights from the Health Catalyst include five articles that are describing the dominant challenges, opportunities, solutions, and lessons that are learned in the operational outcome improvement for the healthcare organization. So these include using improvement science in healthcare to create true change, fostering an effective exchange of strategies, following the four keys to increasing the hospital capacity without construction, having healthcare project management techniques, and a programmatic approach to outcome improvement, in addition to 7 features of highly effective outcome improvement projects. So the five top operational improvement insights include the healthcare quality improvement, which is a foundational business strategies, and it is considered as a recoverable healthcare waste cost with the US over 1 trillion annually. And fortunately, the quality improvement theory has intrinsically linked the high quality care with the financial performance and the waste reduction. And according to this approach, a better outcome will eliminate any waste and any consumption of resources that doesn't optimally benefit the patient, thereby reducing the cost. So the healthcare quality improvement will include improving the quality and the processes and ultimately improving the financial performance, and an industry must first determine where it falls short of its speculative potential. Healthcare fails to the five critical areas. The first is the massive variation in the clinical practice. The second is the high rates of inappropriate care. The third is an unacceptable rate of preventable care that are associated with patient injury and even death. Also, a striking inability to do what is known to work. And fifth is the vast amount of waste that is detectable in most healthcare facilities. So the key to demanding the strategy is to practice continual improvement and also think of the manufacturing or the business process as a holistic system, not as a separate department. So in healthcare, this comprehensive system is known as a team-based care. and a collaborative, goal-oriented approach to the patient-centered care with direct impact on health system bottom line is the most followed guideline. The second approach is using improvement science in the healthcare to create a true change. So, as healthcare witnesses exponential growth in data, health system must navigate using these data to drive improvement. And healthcare has historically been slow to adapt to the new technologies for reasons including budget, constraints, and also regulatory burden, as well as an inability or even lack of experience to effectively implement the change. So, an 8-step improvement model that gives the health system a framework for effectively applying improvement science and measuring these results, and also understanding how likely their change will lead to the desired impact. So, the first is analyzing the opportunities for improvement and defining problems. The second is the scope and the opportunities that set the goals. And the third is exploring the root cause behind the opportunities and the set of process aims, and designing an intervention with plan initial implementation. Also, communicating quantitative and qualitative results should be used with diffuse and sustained information. In addition, we need to monitor, adjust, and continually learn between these processes and implement any intervention and measure of results that need to be followed. So the four key to increasing the hospital capacity without any construction with the demand of the patient bed that is often exceeding the number of beds available, and many health systems will face hospital capacity problems, and the negative impact of an insufficient bed capacity can include surgery cancellation, increased length of hospital stay, also declining in the patient and staff satisfaction, and increasing the emergency department length of stay, or even turning away transferred patients. So the four key to increase the hospital capacity will include a costly and time-consuming construction that isn't always an option, and leading organizations to look to the healthcare analytics will get ahead of demand while also maintaining or even improving the patient outcome and satisfaction. So organization can use these four key concepts to improve their capacity management. The first is understanding our data by using the data that are to understand the problems and the target solution in general. While the second is the driving analytical solutions by having analytical teams work with units throughout the organization and including some form of leadership. The third is having leaders spend time with the operation teams and understanding the workflow in general. And the fourth is applying these analytical tools in order to have the best outcome. So these are considered as good solution and their impact will focus upon the ability, the leverage of data effectively, and assessing the intervention. The fourth is that healthcare project management technique, which is a pragmatic approach to the outcome improvement. So, in response to the triple aim, the healthcare leader will commit to advancing the processes and also to improving the patient care, reducing the cost, and improving the patient overall experience and satisfaction. So, this focus has made healthcare project management skill increasingly to be integral of the healthcare system operation as a mean of controlling the cost, as well as controlling or managing the risk and improving the projects. So, by applying these project management techniques, including the waterfall and the agile methodologies, the organization can plan, organize, and also execute a set of tasks that are efficiently maximizing the resources and achieving some form of a specific goal. So, adding industry specific guidelines in the healthcare leaders can adapt to the proven project management technique and also for the clinical, financial, and the operational processes of improvement. So, the fifth top operational improvement insight will include the seven feature of highly effective outcome improvement projects. So there is a formula for success when putting together the outcome improvement project and also organizing the teams which make the team sponsor. So too often a critically strategic project will launch without a proper planning structure or even people in place to ensure the viability and the long-term sustainability of these factors in general. So such project will never achieve the critical mass that is required to realize a sustainable improvement, or they even fail to achieve a sustainable outcome in general. So, a formula for enduring a success will follow seven simple steps, including focusing on the outcome versus the accountability, defining the goals and aiming for the statement early and sticking to them. Third is assigning an owner of the analytics or the report of the application upfront and involving the end user in the planning process, designing the process to make doing the right thing easy, and not underestimating the power of one to one training, in addition to engaging in a project champion. So, healthcare operational improvement projects are typically additional responsibility for the team members and who develop and advances in their organizational strategies goal. So, from a frontline clinician to administrative and IT department, these roles and skills are critical to improving the healthcare outcome. So these individuals already have full responsibility in addition to their improvement initiative. So healthcare leaders can look to approving data-driven strategies and experiences within the industry to ensure that the best guidance for a supplemental yet critical improvement values in their work action. So another important consideration in health leadership is the quality management in healthcare. So what is quality? People and organizations must behave morally sensitively toward the social, cultural, economic, and environmental issues. So the American National Standard Institute and the American Society Quality define quality as the totality of the features and characteristics of care or even services that bear on its ability to satisfy a given need. So quality is a reference to the requirement or the specification of a specific requirement. And total quality performance is that directly related to the healthcare safety, security, attitude, staff, role of doctor in the terms of time, including appointment, any delay time, services time, and regarding the medical treatment and surgery. So the quality of the administration and management is required, and the quality of doctors and the supporting staff, in addition to the quality of the hospital care in itself. So the total quality management movement in healthcare, in specific in hospitals and healthcare organizations across the globe, have been progressively implemented to reduce the cost, improve the efficiency, and provide high quality patient care. So the TQM, which places on improved customer satisfaction, will offer this prospect of a greater market share and profitability. In addition to, it can be an important part of the hospital competitive strategy in the quality of the healthcare system. So these principles focus upon the customer-focused organization, their leadership, their involvement of their team members, the processes of approach, the system approach to the management, the continual improvement, the factual approach to the decision-making, and the mutually benefit supplier relationship. So in the customer-focused organization, these depend on their customers and understand the current and the future customer needs, in addition to meeting the customer requirement and making every effort to exceed the customer expectation. While in leadership, the leaders will establish unity of the purpose and the directness of the creation and also the maintenance of the internal environment. So people can become fully involved in achieving the organization objectives. While involvement of people focus on every team members that can assure a good quality, also managers and staff members who have solved problems and recommended improvement, in addition to process approaches of organizing as a collection of interdependent systems and processes. So manager can have study and solve problem, use tools and technique for their processes. So the system approaches to the management focus on identifying, understanding, and managing the system. And these processes contribute to the organization effectiveness and efficiency in achieving its objective. And for the continual improvement, there is a never-ending process in the system to plan, to do, check, and then perform the action. Also, the overall performance should be permanent rather than temporary objective of the organization. While for the factual approaches to the decision-making capacity is collecting and analyzing the information that is accurate, timely and objective. Also, manager can solve the organizational problems and the decision to measure the progress. And having a mutually beneficial supplier relationship with the organization and its supplier are interdependent. And a mutually beneficial relationship will enhance the ability of both to create value. So, demanding the principles to the healthcare system will insist on a zero-defect eliminate inspection through the proper quality control on the suppliers, and having a consistent improvement to the system, having also educational and training program, maintaining the record and eliminating the numerical goals, work standards and slogans, in addition to removing the barriers that will hinder the worker through the day. Also, the top management support for the implementation of the total quality management. And for the quality assurance, these are planned activity or systematic approaches to providing adequate confidence of the healthcare and their services. So these focus upon the mission, the objective, the audit, and allocation of resources, in addition to the quality improvement. And for the quality control, these will ensure that the planned activities take place as per the quality design, and it will measure the quality processes, the timely data collection and analysis, in addition to effective supervision. And the tools for the process of the management or the techniques and that supporting the quality management within the health organization focus on the fundamental component of the total quality management. So the 7 basic quality techniques are the cause and effect diagram, the flow chart, the histogram, also the Pareto chart, and the run chart, in addition to the control and the scatter diagram. So in the cause and effect diagram, the relationship between the effect and the categories of their cause is assessed. And the arrangement of the diagram lets it look like a fishbone, and it's therefore also called the fishbone diagram. So this helps in determining the effect or the problem that would examine the categories to the possible cause. So these assess the system, the machines, the manpower, the measurement, and the method that can only lead to the effect. While in the flowchart, these are ways of representing a procedure using symbols and arrows. And in the flowchart, it will show the activities in the process and also the relationship between and the decisions. So a flowchart lets a process or a procedure to be understood easily, and it is also demonstrating the relationship between all the different elements. And in the histogram, this is a bar graph that is usually presented as frequency data, and it can provide an easy way to evaluate the distribution of the data over the different categories. While in the Pareto chart, these are histogram and accumulative line. It is used to apply the 80-20 rule for the Joseph Joran, which states that 80% of problems are the result of 20% of the problem. So this chart can be used to identify that 20% root cause of the problem. So now determining the point where the cumulative line crosses the 80% mark, a concentrated of the failure type that lie left on this mark is considered as an assessment for this strategy. While in the case of a run chart, these represent a change in the measurement over a sequence over time, and it will determine the cyclic event with the gathered data and organization data in general. In addition, in the control chart, these are statistical tools showing whether a process is in control or not. So taking samples of a process and detecting any possible process being out of control, and defining an upper limit, a lower limit, and a medium value is required. While in the case of a scatter diagram, these will decide which paired factor that we want to examine, and both factors must be measurable on some incremental linear scale. Also, it will collect 30 to 100 paired data points, and it will find the highest and lowest value for the both of the variables we are assessing. So in the Lean and the Six Sigma concept in healthcare, it focuses on hospitals using these as the American Society for Quality Healthcare. And in the Lean, it will reduce the processing time and eliminate the waste and errors. So quality system has become a vital role for surviving in an organization, and an organization international standards technical team will develop the quality system standard. So benchmarking is defined as measuring of the performance in the best hospitals and determining how the best in time is to be achieved with performance level assessed and the information of the hospital strategies, planning, and implementation is determined. So continuous quality improvement is a part of the management of all systems and processes, and achieving the highest performance level with the process of continuous improvement must contain a regular cycle of planning, executive, and evolution through the healthcare organization. We will be taking a break now for Salat al-Isha and then continue our discussion.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I'm going to talk about tool for introduction. Quality. Do the right thing right from the first time and every time. Improvement to make things better. Method, a series of steps, and the tools, something that aids in accomplishing a task. Quality assessment improvement. Quality assessment in primary care is a process of planned activities whose ultimate goal is to achieve a continuous improvement of medical care through the evaluation of structure, process, and outcome measures. Quality improvement methods. Simply, quality improvement includes product improvement, process improvement, and people-based improvement. Principles of quality improvement. Quality is directly linked to an organization's service delivery approach or underlying systems of care. To achieve a different level of performance, for example, results, and improve quality, the following 4 key principles are important. Quality improvement work as systems and processes. Focus on patients, focus on being part of the team, and focus on use of the data. Quality improves work as systems and processes. To make improvements, an organization needs to understand its own delivery system and key processes. The concept behind the quality improvement approaches in this toolkit recognize that both resources, input, and activities carried out the process are addressed together to ensure quality of care, which is the output. And this process map play an important role, which provides a visual diagram of a sequence of events that result in particular outcome. Basically, process mapping is a tool commonly used by an organization to better understand the healthcare processes within its practice system. The resources, which is the input, the infrastructure, and the material. Activities, the process which is done, what is done and how it's done. The result, which is the output, health service delivered, change in health behavior, change in health status, patient satisfaction. This shows how a healthcare delivery system consists of resources, activity, and results. Focus on patients. An important measure of quality is the extent to which patients' needs and expectations are met. Services that are designed to meet The needs and expectations of patients include systems that affect patient access, care provision that is evidence-based, patient safety, support for patient engagement, coordination of care with other parts of the larger healthcare system, cultural competence, including assessing health literacy of patients, patient-centered communication, and linguistically appropriate care. Focus on being part of the team. At its core, quality improvement is a team process. Whether an organization is seeking to improve patient wait times, telephone service, diabetes care, or other goals it deems important, a team effort helps an organization to achieve significant and lasting improvements. Focus on use of the data. Data is the cornerstone of quality improvement. It is used to describe how well current systems are working, what happens when changes are applied, and to document successful performance. Both quantitative and qualitative methods of data collection are helpful in quality improvement efforts. Common strategies for collecting quantitative data in a healthcare setting are finding the average of a specific laboratory value, calculating the frequencies of timely access to care, calculating the percentage of patients that receive an appropriate health screening. Common strategies for collecting qualitative data in a healthcare setting are patient and staff satisfaction surveys, focus group discussions, independent observations. Basic quality tools in continuous improvement process to make rational decisions using data obtained on the product or processes or from the consumer. Organizations use certain graphical tools. Graphical methods are easy to understand and provide comprehensive information. They are a viable tool for the analysis of product and processes data. So, if organizations wish to achieve continuous quality improvement, they need to use appropriate selection of quality tools and techniques. There are 7 basic quality tools that can be used in all processes. These are flow chart, Pareto diagram, check sheet, control chart, histogram, scatter plot, cause and effect diagram. These tools further involved in some phases of continuous improvement process, Six Sigma and design for Six Sigma methodologies and Lean Six Sigma. Introduction to quality improvement models. There are a variety of quality improved models currently in use, and 5 are highlighted here. 2 of the models highlighted, care model and lean model, provide a framework to improve patient care. The other 3 models for improvement, Fate and Six Sigma focus on processes that monitor the result of measures. Care model. There are 6 fundamental aspects of care identified in the care model, which creates a system that promotes a high quality disease and prevention management. It does this by supporting productive interactions between patients who take an active part in their care and providers who have the necessary resource and expertise. Lean model, this model defines value by what a customer, for example, patient wants. It maps how the value flows to the customers and ensure the competency of the process by making it cost-effective and time-efficient. Model for improvement. This model focuses on 3 questions to set the aim or organizational goal, establish measures, and select changes. It incorporates plan, do, study, act cycles to test changes on small scale. Fate. There are 4 board steps to the Fate quality improvement model, which is focus, define process to be improved, analyze, collect, and analyze data, develop action plans for improvement, execute, implement the action plans, and evaluate, measure, and monitor the system to ensure success. Six Sigma. Six Sigma is a measurement-based strategy for process improvement and problem reduction. It's completed through the application of the quality improvement project and accomplished with the use of 2 Six Sigma models. DMAIC, which is define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, which is designed to examine existing processes. DMADV, which is define, measure, analyze, design, verify, which is used to develop new processes. Directory of tools for quality improvement, tools to measure care against agreed standards. Clinical audit checks clinical care meets defined quality standards. Statistical processes control, measure quality within predefined parameters. Performance benchmarking, measure quality against peers or national targets. Tools to understand and the cause of the problem. Processes mapping maps the patient journey for quality improvement opportunities. Root cause analysis systemically uncovers the cause of events affecting quality. Tools to plan and test improvement projects. Model for improvement decides upon, test, and defines quality improvement. Plan, do, study, act, introduces and test potential quality improvement on a small scale. Lean Six Sigma eliminates waste and redirects resources for quality and efficacy. Tools to promote changes in practice. Technological innovation automates processes and systems for care quality improvement. Decision trees improve the quality and consistency of processes in healthcare. Communication tools improve quality of care through structured information exchange. Conclusion. It's evident that a continuous improvement process cannot be realized without quality tools, techniques, and methods. Measuring the value of care management, 5 tools to show impact. The value of healthcare management. When care management programs fail, it's rarely because they were ineffective. Most likely, it's because health systems don't have an accurate way to measure care management's success and therefore don't fully understand or communicate its impact on outcomes, improvement, or cost savings. For care management programs to be successful and demonstrate their value around critical metrics, such as readmission, health system need effective technologies and tools that leverage data to give leaders visibility into care management process. This presentation explained the challenges health systems encounter when it comes to demonstrating and understanding the measurable value of their care management programs and how analytics-driven applications can help prove care management's positive impact on outcomes. Care management's fight for value. Health system leaders must constantly measure the success of their care management program to continue allocating the resources required for them to improve outcomes and lower costs. Health systems have varying perspective on care management, depending on whether they've transited to value-based care or still used a fee-for-service payment model. Organizations that have taken on more risk under VPC tend to be more motivated to invest in care management to mitigate that risk, while those who have stayed with or are returning to the fee-for-service will see less value in care management. Before the 2010 Affordable Care Act, provisions incentivized care management by reimbursing health system for certain care management activity. Ambulatory care management programs were not widespread. Even though many healthcare leaders understood the importance of care management in population health management, they still made decisions based on the financial bottom line. Today, as the healthcare ecosystem goes back and forth between the VPC and FFS, care management is often caught in a tug of war for resources and legitimacy. Thank you for your listening. This is the end of today. Thank you.